The Senate will come to order. Our chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Barry Black, will open the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our shelter in life's storms, your kingdom is above all earthly. This body, with the wisdom, courage, and strength, find your grace sufficient for every need. Bless also the citizens of this great land. Give them the wisdom to pray for our government in all goodness and holiness. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., September 12, 2024. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Laura Marguerite Provenzino of Minnesota to be United States District Judge for the District of Minnesota.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Now, before the month is out, Mr. President, both parties in both chambers must unite on the most important goal of this work period, keeping the government open with the temporary extension of federal funding. A continuing resolution, as we all know, is not a substitute for the appropriations process, but rather a tool to give us more time for the appropriators to do their work. And fortunately, in this body at least, the Democratic and Republican appropriators have a very good track record of working together. In divided government, the only way Congress has been able to pass CRs is through bipartisan cooperation. We've seen that again and again and again these last 2 years. Unfortunately, House Republicans have regrettably forgotten that lesson. About a week ago, they introduced a 6-month CR that from the first proved to be unserious, partisan, and insufficient. And given what's happened in the House in the last few days, it is becoming clearer and clearer that only a bipartisan solution will work. We've been saying this all along, but the events of the past few days even further confirm just how much it is true. A real proposal for avoiding a shutdown would be the one that both sides write together. But House Republicans wrote their CR behind closed doors and without any input from the Democratic leader in the House, the President, myself, or any of the Democratic appropriators. A real proposal for avoiding a shutdown would avoid poison pills. But House Republicans wrote their CR with poison pills front and center. They know perfectly well this approach doesn't work. A real proposal for avoiding a shutdown is one that doesn't hamstring our national defense, doesn't weaken our border security, and doesn't hurt our veterans and farmers and so many others. And instead of a short-term extension of the deadline, the House Republicans released a bill that kicks the can down the road for half a year. That is no way to govern. Particularly on military affairs, it is no way to govern. You can't run a military with a 6-month funding patch like House Republicans' leader proposed. It would slow down everything. Insufficient resources for recruitment and troop pay increases and research. This 6-month CR would hurt awarding the awarding of new military contracts and cause immediate and immense uncertainty and cost increases for the old ones. So, I urge Speaker Johnson to set aside this CR proposal and try again. We've already lost 1 week in this 3-week work period. We all know what we need to do if we want to ensure the government does not shut down. We need a bipartisan bill, a temporary extension. The Democratic leader in the House and I are ready and willing to work with the Speaker, as we've done before. Now, on inflation. Yesterday, Americans got another piece of excellent news in the fight against inflation. According to the Department of Labor, the Consumer Price Index was measured at 2.5% in August compared to a year ago. This floor chart illustrates just that. 2 years ago, 2 years after we passed the Inflation Reduction Act and CHIPS and Science, inflation has now slowed to a 3-year low. Here's what it was in 2022. Here's what it is right now. It went from 8.3% when the CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act were passed to 2.5% today. Let me repeat. 2 years after the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act, inflation has slowed to a 3-year low. Republicans claimed investing in America would make inflation skyrocket and drive our economy into a recession. Instead, the U.S. has had the strongest post-COVID recovery in the world. Manufacturing construction at an all-time high, nearly triple its peak during the last administration. And inflation continues to trend lower. And inflation has slowed despite Senate Republicans trying to block and derail so many of the bills we pushed in this chamber to lower costs and make life easier for American families. Remember, when Republicans had a chance to vote for lower prescription drug costs for seniors, they voted no. When Republicans had a chance to cap insulin at $35 a month for Americans on Medicare, they voted no. When Republicans had the chance to dramatically expand the child tax credit and cut child poverty in this country in half, they voted no. And when Republicans had the chance to invest in rebuilding America and bringing advanced manufacturing jobs back to our shores and open new factories for EVs and solar and chips, many of them still voted no, though then back home they tried to take credit for these jobs. For 3 years, Republicans have proudly been the party of no. No solutions, no plans, no attempts to fix our country's problems. But today's report shows that the Democratic agenda is working. This is dramatic. And despite Republicans' best efforts to derail our country's recovery, we've moved forward in a very positive way. We have a lot of work still to do. People still need a lot of help to make ends meet and save for retirement and provide for their families, but we're on our way. We are on our way, as this chart shows. Now on Project 2025. The more people learn about Donald Trump's Project 2025 agenda, the more they realize how devastating it would be for our country. Later today, I will join with my Democratic colleagues to shine a light on this revolting MAGA agenda. On its surface, Project 2025 proposes the most conservative, most radical, most unhinged collection of policies in modern history. Let me say that again. Project 2025 proposes the most conservative, the most radical, the most unhinged collection of policies in modern history. And when you dig even deeper, Project 25 is even worse than that. It reads like a hard-right wish list for some of the nastiest and most harmful policies you can imagine. Project 2025 would devastate American education by abolishing the Department of Education and eliminating Head Start for 2.9 million students. Republicans claim they care about families, but eliminating Head Start means Republicans want to kill a program that studies show makes it far more likely that low-income kids will graduate high school, attend college, earn more money, and lead healthier lives. That's what Republicans would eliminate by killing Head Start. Project 2025 would send the cost of health care and prescription drugs soaring, repealing the $35 cap on insulin for seniors on Medicare that Democrats enacted into law. The $35 cap on insulin for seniors was a life-saving reform, literally a life-saving reform. It will help ensure seniors don't go broke trying to manage their diabetes. But Project 2025 callously, cruelly, would kill that measure and tell seniors who struggle to afford insulin that they're on their own. Utter cruelty. Project 2025 would also intensify the GOP's war on reproductive freedom by laying the groundwork for a national abortion ban and pushing states to monitor women's pregnancies. They are pushing states to let me repeat that. Project 2025 pushes states to monitor women's pregnancies. This is what they call freedom? Give me a break. Project 2025 would betray our veterans by cutting disability benefits for veterans and defunding VA hospitals, including the only VA on Long Island. The Northport VA could potentially, given their cuts, be defunded. And finally, 2025 would make it harder for Americans to own a home by privatizing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, causing dramatic spikes in mortgage rates. Owning a home is a hallmark of the American dream. We shouldn't make it harder for people to own homes, and that's precisely what 2025 would do. So let me be clear. Project 2025 is the Trump agenda. Its staff reads like a who's who of the first Trump administration, and many of them would be part of a second Trump administration and be in charge of writing policy. So make no mistake, America, if Donald Trump returns to the White House, Project 2025 will be the playbook his staff will use for implementing the policies of his new administration. And we are all in danger should that occur. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I'd like to begin by reminding our colleagues of a report released before the August state work period. It's a report Congress commissioned in the fiscal 2022 NDAA, produced by a panel of experts that Congress appointed, the Bipartisan Commission on the National Defense Strategy. The commission was tasked with reviewing the Biden administration's national defense strategy and conducting an independent assessment of the threats and requirements of our common defense. Any of our colleagues who haven't yet taken a close look at this report should. Discussed last month as the Appropriations Committee finalized defense spending legislation for the coming year. This ought to grab our attention. From the report, quote, the U.S. military can deter and prevail in combat. A further quote, the U.S. defense conditions needed for the United States and its allies and partners, financial and otherwise, required to adequately prepare. The report doesn't flinch in assessing the full scale of the threats posed by major adversaries. Russian victory in Ukraine would make Moscow, quote, an emboldened and likely stronger power, requiring NATO to build and deploy additional forces, potentially at the expense of other. Another quote, China is outpacing the United States Pacific through 2 decades of focused military investment. And perhaps most alarmingly, the growing partnership and collaboration between our adversaries, quote, simultaneous demands on U.S. and allied resources. It's a sobering assessment with some urgent recommendations to go along with it. The question now is, what are we willing to do about it? Congress has a constitutional duty to provide for the common defense. We have a responsibility to align resources with our requirements and our strategy, to provide funding adequate to ensure American military superiority. Unfortunately, this is work Congress must do. As observed, President Biden's 2022 NDS mentioned neither budget nor dollar. But after a week back in Washington, Congress is no longer closer. It's no closer to delivering full-year top-line defense funding than we were back on August 1st. The President's anemic budget request or the National Defense Authorization Act, which the Democratic leader has yet to schedule for floor time. So it's one thing to request expert analysis. It'll be quite another to do the urgent work that analysis rightly prescribes. On another matter, one of the few details Vice President Harris has shared about her growing agenda is a pledge to implement price controls at the grocery store to end so-called price gouging. Attracted attention. But we don't have to dig too far back in the history books to find an example that she may be drawing from. The Biden-Harris administration itself has used similar language to describe another socialist-inspired price gouging in the market for life-saving pharmaceutical treatments. And so far, prescription drug socialism is not working out too well. According to a recent study, nearly 3.5 million beneficiaries are expected as a result of the administration's proposed scheme. But that hadn't stopped them. Last month, the administration released the maximum fair price for the first 10 medicines selected for its coercive negotiation program. Of course, when you dig into the details, the scheme sounds less like a negotiation than a shakedown. If the dictated maximum fair price is not feasible, drug makers have two choices. They can pay an exorbitant excise fee, or they can withdraw entirely from participating in Medicaid and Medicare. Now remember, the real losers from this misguided policy are the vulnerable patients who are left with fewer life-saving cures. Roche and AstraZeneca have indicated that they will be discontinuing certain drug trials or considering delaying launching cancer medication, and Harris seemed largely unbothered. Last month, President Biden went on the road to celebrate the results of the Cancer Moonshot Initiative, an accomplishment I was proud to partner with him on. But he hasn't reckoned with estimates that the Inflation Reduction Act would eliminate 9 times the amount of funding for cancer research that the Cancer Moonshot created. Let me say that again. He hasn't reckoned with estimates that the Inflation Reduction Act could eliminate 9 times the amount of funding for cancer research that the Cancer Moonshot created. Vice President Harris, similarly blinded to the consequences of her work, has recently bragged about her role in passing the Inflation Reduction Act, or is proud of that record, as she is.
Mr. President.
The Majority Whip.
Mr. President, there was a time not that long ago when families had a similar challenge across America: what to do with mom and dad. At that time, there wasn't much to turn to. If you were fortunate, your parents, during the course of their lifetime, had saved up enough money to take care of themselves. But in my family and many others, it was common to have that spare bedroom for grandma or grandpa because there was no place else to go. It was part of American family life. It caused some hardship. The kids had to double up in the bedrooms, and some of the activities of the family were limited, but you did it because you loved them, and they needed help, and they couldn't take care of themselves. In 1939, that started to change. A president named Franklin Delano Roosevelt thought, it's time for us to give some relief to these families, to give dignity to seniors in their retirement years. And he created a program called Social Security, now one of the most popular programs in the United States. You don't hear many candidates for president standing up and saying, I'm going to cut Social Security benefits, do you? It's worshiped and venerated and respected and followed by families across America. But the critics in the creation of Social Security called it socialism. Socialism. Too much government. Leave us alone. Let mom and dad live in their spare bedroom. Don't give them a separate savings account they can accumulate during their lifetime. If they do it, fine. If they don't, fine too. Socialism. Fast forward to the 1960s. Now we had a new concern. How are we going to pay for the health care of seniors now that they're living longer because of Social Security? What are we going to do about it? There was a concern in Washington that the cost of medical care, surgeries, and treatment was just too expensive for the average person. And so President Lyndon Baines Johnson created Medicare. Medicare was a health insurance program for senior citizens across America. When it started, it ushered in a dramatic change in health care in America. The construction of hospitals started expanding apace across this country. Medicare made a big difference. What did they say about it in criticizing it? Socialism. Too much government trying to provide health care for senior citizens. And of course, Medicaid came on its heels as well to take care of low-income individuals facing the same challenge. Socialism. We hear that time and again. This morning, the Republican Senate leader criticized efforts to lower pharmacy drug costs across America. He called it prescription drug socialism. Here we go again, Mr. President. Any effort to help the average family that is trying to get by and trying to make ends meet that involves the government is criticized as socialism. And the argument was made by the Republican leader that this socialism, this lowering of prescription drug prices, is ultimately going to stifle research and competition. He failed to mention one or two things. First, he failed to mention that virtually every single prescription drug that is now making a difference across America started with government research. The National Institutes of Health, the premier medical research agency in the world, did the basic research for virtually every single one of these drugs. So as much as I admire the private sector, and I do, as much as I wish the pharmaceutical industry well, the fact is, if they're honest about it, they're simply bargaining with a government that helped them get started to find profitable products. The second thing I want to note that the Republican leader did not mention this morning was that for decades now, we have allowed the Veterans Administration to negotiate drug prices. In other words, what we're now doing in Medicare, we've been doing for veterans. And our theory was our veterans deserve the best, and we've got to be able to afford it as a government, and they have to be able to afford it as individuals. And so we negotiated these drug prices. I didn't hear any screams and hollering about helping our veterans because it was the right thing to do. And doing that for veterans is virtually the same thing that's happening in other countries. Why do exactly the same drugs made in the United States sold in Canada for a fraction of the cost? Because the Canadian government negotiated, just like the Veterans Administration in the United States, for reasonable prices for Canadian citizens. Now we're doing the same thing. Finally, after decades of promise, it's happening. This notion that the top 10 drugs under Medicare are now going to be negotiated so that we can bring prices within the reach of the government and individuals is simply an extension of what we've been doing at the VA for years. And I'll have to tell you, it makes a difference, a serious difference. Imagine that the Biden-Harris proposal not only allows negotiating prices down to a reasonable level for Medicare, but it also says that you and Medicare are limited to a $2,000 annual expenditure for prescription drugs. $2,000 is a lot of money, don't get me wrong. For a lot of people, it's a hardship to come up with that kind of money. But it is within your reach for most Americans to pay that amount of money. We know that drugs otherwise are too darned expensive for them. Now, the critics of that, like the senator from Kentucky this morning, call it socialism. I call it the American approach to helping families, a realistic approach that says that pharmaceutical drugs should be affordable. If I understand the position of the Kentucky senator this morning, he thinks it's a big mistake. I think it's a breakthrough. And finally, we're going to reach the day where we can negotiate prices for those not in Medicare. They'll be helped as well. So I wanted to start my remarks by that. Mr. President, in 2018, 6 years ago, I visited Venezuela, a once prosperous, albeit imperfect, democracy suffering terrible economic and political decline. As we drove around the streets of Caracas, a person from the embassy in the car said, "Take a look at something you might not notice. Notice the belts that the people of Caracas are wearing, particularly the men, and notice how long the end of the belt is, how many notches they put in the belt. The people are starving in this country because of the government of Nicolas Maduro. I told President Maduro in a meeting during that visit that the upcoming election, which was just months away, would only be credible if it was monitored and honest. He went ahead with the discredited election anyway. The result was as predicted, an exodus of millions of desperate people fleeing repression and economic collapse. A few weeks ago, Venezuela held another presidential election in which the regime had arbitrarily blocked key opposition candidates from the ballot and tried to undermine the pre-electoral process. This is an indication of what activity is going on. Venezuelan opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez eventually left the country, even though it was pretty clear from the results that we were able to glean from the Venezuelan election, he was the winner. 10 million Venezuelans peacefully had voted. Results meticulously documented by credible monitors showed an overwhelming win for this opposition candidate. Despite this, the Maduro regime refused to release results, announced that it had won instead, and arbitrarily arrested thousands of opposition supporters. And it issued an outrageous warrant for the arrest of Gonzalez, forcing him to leave the country. Enough of this madness. Enough of this outright theft of the Venezuelan voters' overwhelming choice for a better future. This week, I introduced a simple two-page bill terminating all U.S. petroleum cooperation and related trade with Venezuela until the legitimate results of the election are respected. I also filed it as an amendment to the annual defense authorization bill. The entrenched regime clings to power using oil revenues depending on U.S. involvement. Under my bill, that's going to end, and so will Maduro's financial strength. It's simply that simple. Are we going to do business as usual with a dictator who ignores the results of a freely held election? I also appeal to our democratic allies in the region, including the democracies of the Caribbean. Stand resolute in defense of a sweeping and clear vote by the Venezuelan people. They cannot sit idly by for another 6 years of regime-inflicted suffering and economic collapse in Venezuela. Our neighbors in Venezuela deserve better. Mr. President, on a separate topic, over the past 3 years, something profound has happened on the floor of the Senate. We have been building one of the most important accomplishments of the Biden-Harris administration, the confirmation of highly qualified, independent, even-handed judges for the federal bench. To date, we have confirmed 208 judges to lifetime positions on the federal judiciary during my time as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee in the last 3.5 years. This is progress. We've stayed on pace with the number of judges confirmed during the Trump administration, even though we had the longest exactly divided Senate in history, and now have only a narrow majority of 51-49. These confirmations highlight the Senate Judiciary Committee and Biden-Harris's administration commitment to filling vacancies with highly qualified, diverse candidates who ensure the fair administration of justice. This is an historic slate of judges we have approved, who will rule with reason and restraint. They respect the rule of law, adhere to precedent, and answer only to the Constitution. I've served on the Senate Judiciary Committee for more than 2 decades, including as chair for the past 3.5 years. During that time, I have evaluated and voted on more than 1,000 judicial nominees. The record is clear. President Biden's nominees to the federal bench represent the best. Every single one of President Biden's 208 judges so far has received at least a qualified rating from the American Bar Association, an indication that their peers found them to be high in integrity, professional competence, and judicial temperament. Something that also stands out about President Biden's nominees, aside from their exceptional qualifications, is the professional and demographic diversity they bring. We've made history in the Senate Judiciary Committee and in the Senate, confirming more black women to the federal circuit courts than all of the previous presidents of the United States combined. And of course, we've confirmed the first ever black woman to serve on the Supreme Court, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. With Hispanic Heritage Month beginning this weekend, I'd like to celebrate the historic nature of the Hispanic and Latino judges President Biden has nominated and we have approved. Just this week, we confirmed Jeanette Vargas to the Southern District of New York. During the Biden administration, the Senate has confirmed 37 Hispanic judges, more than any other president in history. President Biden also appointed the historic first to the bench, including the first Hispanic judge to sit on the Fifth Circuit and D.C. Circuit. In my home state, Judge Nancy Maldonado became Illinois' first Latina federal judge and more recently the first ever Hispanic judge to serve on the Seventh Circuit. Beyond this demographic diversity, there's a record-breaking professional diversity. In the past 3 years, we've confirmed more public defenders as circuit judges than all prior presidents combined. There's nothing wrong with a former prosecutor being a federal judge. I voted for dozens of them, and I'm sure they're competent and doing a good job. But if we want balance on the bench, we should make sure that we have diversity in professional background. Another notable aspect of this record is that the vast majority, nearly 90% of the federal judges approved during the Biden administration have been bipartisan. This includes 3/4 of the appellate nominees. I want to thank my several Republican colleagues who have joined us in good faith to make this happen. This focus on qualified consensus nominees will go a long way to restore trust in the judiciary. The American people want judges who look like America and understand the American experience in all of its forms. We will continue elevating jurists who are qualified, principled, and committed, above all, to faithfully follow the Constitution. The American people deserve nothing less. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, we in a quorum call?
We are.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, like many of our colleagues, I spend a lot of summer days on the road in my home state of South Dakota. The longer summer recesses give me the opportunity to travel the state far and wide. And with so much going on in South Dakota during the season, it's a great time for me to see familiar faces and to meet new folks as well. Mr. President, I spent a lot of these summer days listening because what I hear from South Dakotans informs a lot of the work that I do here in the United States Senate. In Howard, South Dakota, I heard from healthcare professionals about some of the important programs that help them provide health care in rural areas. Home builders in the Sioux Falls area told me about the headwinds they face from the Biden-Harris administration's overregulation, which has made building new homes more difficult and expensive. And at Dakota Fest in Mitchell, agricultural producers expressed their frustration that Congress has still not passed an updated farm bill, a frustration that I share. I've been pushing hard for Congress to take up a bill and will continue to do everything that I can to advance this legislation. Another extension is no substitute for the certainty an updated farm bill would give farmers and ranchers as they make plans for the future, and getting it done should be a priority for Congress. Mr. President, traveling around South Dakota also gives me the chance to meet the people who keep our communities going. I dropped in to hear from local officials in Leola and Eureka. I got to learn about some of the things happening at Black Hills State University, and I toured South Dakota State's Nursing Simulation Center in Brookings. I visited the Liberty Center in Box Elder and saw the great work the Black Hills community does to make the area a welcoming place for service members stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base and for their families. And Mr. President, whether it's Kuchen in Eureka, a quick bite at Ricky's Restaurant in Roscoe, or of course the Tubby Burger at the Brown County Fair, I know I can always find some good food to keep me fueled wherever I'm traveling in South Dakota. And what would the summer be without a few celebrations? I was out in Rapid City for the annual Military Appreciation Barbecue. I joined the Pier 4th of July Parade, and I was back in my hometown of Murdo celebrating the 70th anniversary of the legendary Pioneer Auto Show and honoring the life, I should say, of longtime museum owner Dave Geisler, who passed away earlier this year. I had the opportunity, Mr. President, to travel with my family to the Black Hills. We made stops in Spearfish Canyon and Hill City and Keystone, Lake Pactola, Spearfish, among other places. Mr. President, this summer was also notable for the successes of South Dakota's athletes. It was great to see two South Dakotans competing in the Olympics and Paralympics this year. Sioux Falls native Taryn Cloth competed in beach volleyball. And Miles Kresge, a Yankton native and freshman at the University of South Dakota, made history as the first American to medal in badminton at the Paralympics, bringing home the silver medal in mixed doubles. The Sioux Falls Little League All-Star team made it to the Little League World Series this summer, and by all accounts, they played well in Williamsport. They should be proud of their success, and I'm glad to hear they were able to befriend fellow players from across the country and the world along the way. And it was great to be in Brookings this past weekend for South Dakota State Jackrabbits' home opener as they look to defend their back-to-back national titles this season. Mr. President, summer is a wonderful time in South Dakota, and it's a privilege to be able to spend part of it exploring our great state. The sunshine on the open prairie, the smell of the ponderosa pine, and the good people that I meet along the way remind me how lucky I am to be a South Dakotan and what an honor it is to represent this special place in the United States Senate. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Good morning, everyone.
President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Congress has one task over the next 2 weeks, and it is relatively straightforward: to keep the government open and avoid a pointless and costly shutdown that would hurt most Americans. And as we do that, there is one priority that we can't afford to neglect or punt, and that is providing disaster aid to communities across the country that are still waiting. All across our country, in more than 20 states and territories, millions of Americans are reeling from disasters: wildfires, hurricanes, droughts, floods. And having lost their homes, their communities, their livelihoods, they count on the federal government to help. For people on Maui, help is needed immediately. More than a year after the deadly fires that leveled an entire town, claimed 102 lives, and stole just about everything from those lucky enough to survive, nothing is normal yet. Survivors in temporary housing are being forced to move every few months. Many have moved 5 times in the last year, shattering any semblance of stability that they've been able to cobble together. Meanwhile, not a single home has been rebuilt so far. Not a single home has been rebuilt so far. That's a dire emergency for any community in any scenario, but it's especially worrying given the temporary housing assistance from FEMA is due to expire in 5 months. The long and difficult recovery is squeezing survivors in other ways as well. With fewer jobs and smaller paychecks, people are having to figure out whether they can afford the most basic necessities. A recent poll of Maui wildfire victims found that 70% of survivors are cutting back on food and groceries. 70% cutting back on food in the United States of America. And more than half are cutting back on medicine and other health care expenses. And so it's no surprise that people whose families have lived on Maui for generations are considering giving up and leaving the island altogether. And worse, thousands more are on the cusp of doing the same. For Lahaina to fully recover, it needs its people. For Lahaina to recover, it needs its people. And what those people need right now is tangible help. Help with building a home, with finding a job, with rebuilding their small businesses. The kind of help that will finally provide a reprieve from the constant worrying about what's next and hope that a better future awaits them after months of unimaginable suffering. Providing that kind of help and relief to our fellow Americans in their hour of need is central to the promise of the federal government. There are not that many things that the federal government absolutely must do. There are not that many things that the federal government absolutely must do, but one of them is when there is a disaster and a state or a county or an island or a reservation or a town is devastated by a natural disaster, and the impact of that natural disaster exceeds the ability for that local unit of government to handle it. The president declares a disaster. And then FEMA comes in. After that, HUD comes in with the support of the Congress through a program called Community Development Block Grants Disaster Recovery. What does that mean? It is flexible funding for those communities to rebuild. FEMA came to the table and did the disaster response. Now we have to recover. People are not recovered. People are not recovered. And so we have an opportunity not to do something extraordinary, but to do something absolutely essential. We have an opportunity not to pass the Civil Rights Act, but to do the thing that Congress always does. Do the thing that Congress always does, which is when a community gets flattened, we're there. Now, the good news is that even though the House proposal for a continuing resolution sort of fell flat on its face for other reasons, because it was 6 months and because it had this other nonsense in it, it did have $10 billion for disaster recovery. Now, that was a very narrow program called the Disaster Relief Fund, which absolutely needs those dollars. But the House position, the Republican House position, is to fund disaster relief in the continuing resolution. We've got the chair and the ranking member in the United States Senate and the chair and the ranking member in the United States House of the Appropriations Committee saying they want to do disaster relief. We are not fighting about this as a partisan issue. We are not fighting about this as a partisan issue. So we have an opportunity, again, not to do something unusual, but to do the thing that we've always done. What would be unusual is to keep communities waiting for years now. Wildfires in New Mexico. Unfortunately, there are some wildfires in Nevada as we speak. 20 states waiting on help. Mississippi, Texas, Florida, all over the country, these communities need help. A lot of stuff we do is really hard. A lot of stuff we do is really partisan. This is neither of those things. We just have to decide that among the things that the federal government does is that we come to the table for any American when a disaster hits. Let's get this done. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Your Reverence, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Collins, Graham, Lujan, Merkley, Peters, Schumer, Tester. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Haggerty, Johnson, Lee, Marshall, Paul, Ricketts, Thune. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Brett, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Butler, Ms. Butler. Aye. Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch. Aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven. No. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sanders. Aye. Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker. Aye. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed. Aye. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz. No. Mr. Daines, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Wyden, aye.
Okay, good for you. Okay.
Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Warren? Aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Barrasso? No. Mr. Mullen? No. Just McConnell. Mr. McConnell? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 41, and the nomination is confirmed. The clerk will report the Ritz nomination.
The Judiciary, Kevin Gafford Ritz of Tennessee, to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
The Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, it's no secret that the Senate has a long to-do list this month. The National Defense Authorization Bill, the Farm Bill, and all 12 appropriation bills should be signed into law before the end of this month. But with 9 working days left on the schedule, we all know that's likely not to happen. But these deadlines are not a surprise. We've known about them for a long, long time. And many of them, like government funding, come up every year, as well as the NDAA, which we've done for 60-plus years in a row. But despite that, we find ourselves staring down the barrel at the end of the fiscal year without a clear direction from Leader Schumer on how he intends to see that the government is funded. It's astounding that the monumental task of funding the government has lingered in purgatory on the Senate calendar as the Democratic leader chooses to spend this chamber's time, limited time, on political show votes and a number of partisan nominees. I'd also like to remind this chamber what the Democratic leader has wasted the Senate's time voting on this year. We voted on things like protecting access to contraception, not in dispute. IVF, in vitro fertilization, not in dispute. Neither of which are under any kind of threat, but we had to have a show vote to try to gain political advantage in the run-up to the November 5th election, even if the narrative supporting the vote outcome is a false narrative. We also voted on sweeping tax policy in a bill that never went through a single committee in the Senate and received zero input on the Republican side. And we voted again on a border bill that didn't address major contributors to the massive illegal immigration we've seen during this administration. The Majority Leader has scheduled these show votes to give his vulnerable incumbents a political lifeline, putting politics over doing the most basic things that the Senate should be doing. We spent weeks voting on Biden-Harris administration controversial nominees, many of whom are unqualified to fill the jobs that they've been nominated to. This partisan gamesmanship, when so much important work remains to be done, is a waste of time, and it's an opportunity cost. So let me just put this in greater context. It's not for lack of effort on behalf of Senate committees. Both the Senate Appropriations Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee have done their work in a bipartisan manner. On appropriations, Chair Murray and Vice Chair Collins have made serious progress on the appropriations bills. Virtually all of them have passed out of the Appropriations Committee with either unanimous support or strong bipartisan support. The Majority Leader could have put those bills on the floor last July, not 9 days before a government shutdown, but he chose not to do it. So he points the finger of blame at our colleagues in the House of Representatives who are trying to figure this out, but this is a wholly man-made disaster in the making, and it could have been avoided. We could have been voting on funding bills months ago, instead of days, weeks, and months creeping by without even an inch of progress. These are the bills like the National Defense Authorization Bill, for example, that pay our service members, ensure government operations, big and small, continue day to day. And I would say that the work done by our Senate committees on a bipartisan basis is not necessarily easy work. It takes a lot of time and consideration by our colleagues on the Appropriations and Armed Services Committee, but the Majority Leader has sabotaged this productive bipartisan work by imposing a part-time work schedule in the Senate. It doesn't give us much room to maneuver or much time to actually debate, vote on, and pass legislation. Of course, when the Senate is in recess, which we just come off of for about 6 weeks, committees can't meet, and it makes it difficult, if not impossible, to solve the biggest problems facing our country, of which there are many. There's also this newfound phenomenon under the Majority Leader's schedule called Recess Mondays. This means the Senate doesn't even come back to Washington until Tuesday, and then we are gone Thursday afternoon. It's hard to get real work done working part-time. How on earth are members of the various committees and subcommittees supposed to debate, amend, and advance 12 funding bills when the Senate's only working 2.5 days a week? With this type of schedule, there just simply are not enough hours for our colleague to complete the mountain of work ahead of them. And our current posture shows the folly of this approach. Including today, we're only scheduled to be in session 9 days before adjourning for October, the entire month of October, just after coming off of a 6-week break. Again, Chairman Murray and Vice Chair Collins have both said repeatedly that they want us to return to the normal appropriations process, not this contrived narrative of an imminent government shutdown with all that that would entail. So I want to say I appreciate the good work that's been done by our colleagues on the Armed Services Committee and on the Appropriations Committee. Again, this is not easy. These are huge, important, challenging issues that they have debated and voted on and produced bills that now await the Majority Leader's scheduling them on the Senate floor. But because of the leader's inability, or rather unwillingness, to plan, we may end up kicking the can down the road in the form of a continuing resolution. And for those listening, a continuing resolution just means the status quo. It means just moving the deadline farther down the road. We'll still have to deal with these issues again, perhaps in December, perhaps in March, depending on how long the continuing resolution is. But it's somewhat embarrassing to be a member of the world's greatest deliberative body and to find ourselves in this situation once again. And again, this isn't a surprise. This isn't something that's just popped up. We know what the deadline is, and we know that we should have been doing our work a lot earlier. Well, there's no question that stopgap bills are better than a shutdown, but just barely. It isn't a perfect solution, especially for critical missions like national defense. As the presiding officer knows, during continuing resolutions, the Pentagon can't engage in any new starts and basically can't plan beyond the time frame of the continuing resolution. Yet we know that there are wars raging in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and threats in the Indo-Pacific and in places like North Korea. This is the most dangerous environment that our country has seen since World War II. Don't you think we would want to be able to fund the government on a timely basis so that the Pentagon can plan, so they didn't have to worry about government shutdowns? Don't you think we would take up the National Defense Authorization Bill that, again, passed out of committee months ago and it has been available for floor action? This is the most basic function of the Senate when it comes to national defense, is passing the National Defense Authorization Bill. But we're not going to do it because there simply isn't time. I appreciate our colleagues in the House trying to figure out how to handle this under difficult circumstances. Again, completely unnecessary. But I think we all understand that government shutdowns are not in anybody's best interest. We know that the problem that caused the shutdown is still going to be there staring you in the face when the government reopens, and the truth is it's a whole lot more expensive and a whole lot more disruptive than it needs to be. So the bottom line is this: we have a duty and responsibility to pass full-year on-time appropriation bills. That is the bare minimum of governing. Short-term funding bills don't allow for long-term planning or stability when it comes to important functions like national defense or any other aspect of the federal government. But it's unfortunate that we're in this situation because the majority leader, who's the only person who can schedule action on the floor, has given us so few session days in which to consider these critical bills. Strengthening defense, funding the government, and safeguarding our supply of food and fiber, these are essential to the welfare of our nation. The way the Senate has been run under the current management is no way to treat its most basic responsibilities. And I can only hope that come November, there'll be a new management elected by the American people, because they don't have to put up with the status quo. They can change it. That's one of the great things about democracy. Democracies are capable of course correction. When they don't like the direction you're heading in, they can change it, and they can do that at the ballot box starting on November the 5th. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Ready? Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is approved.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 778.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is approved. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Mary Kathleen Costello of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 778, Mary Kathleen Costello of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum call for the cloture motion filed today, September 12th, be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Now, Mr. President, from the moment the MAGA Supreme Court reversed Roe, as Donald Trump promised they would, many of us warned that the hard right would not stop there in eliminating reproductive freedoms. Over the past few months, we've seen how IVF has become the hard right's next target. A few months ago, the Alabama Supreme Court jeopardized access to IVF within their state, causing millions of Americans and millions of women and couples to fear that even their freedom to start a family was now in danger. So in June, Democrats brought forward legislation to ensure IVF access would never be at risk and expand insurance coverage for this treatment. But almost every single Senate Republican voted against this vital legislation to have access to IVF. Republicans can't claim to be pro-family, only to block protections for IVF. The American people deserve another chance to see if Republicans are for access to IVF or against it. It's that simple. So next week, Mr. President, the Senate will vote once again to take up the very same bill we voted on earlier this summer, establishing a nationwide right to IVF and making it easier for people to access this critical treatment. Our bill should have passed in June, and it is more than good enough to pass now. So let me say it again. Republicans can't claim to be pro-family on one hand, only to block pro-family policies like federal protections for IVF and the child tax credit. But that's what they did this summer, and I hope we get a different outcome when we vote for a second time. The American people will be watching. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Tennessee.
are we in a quorum call?
We are indeed.
I ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is really so unfortunate and really quite sad that I have to come to the floor today and speak. Because today the Senate Democrat leadership is moving forward with a vote that undermines the long-standing bipartisan traditions that this institution relies upon to serve the American people, and indeed for each of us to be able to serve the citizens of our state. In just a few moments, the Democrat leadership is going to move forward with the cloture vote on a judicial nominee, Kevin Ritz, whose home state senators, which are Senator Hagerty and me, were not properly consulted by the White House during his nomination process. The consultation process between home state senators and the White House on judicial nominees is essential to ensuring that a nominee is well suited to serve on the federal bench. It is a part of our duty to provide advice and consent. Of course, Senator Hagerty and I attempted to work in good faith with the Biden-Harris administration to identify highly qualified nominees to fill the vacancy, the Tennessee vacancy, on the Sixth Circuit. We presented well-qualified nominees. Yet, contrary to bipartisan precedent, the White House barely even worked with us. Apparently, what became quite evident was this White House, the Biden-Harris administration, preferred backroom deals to open deliberation. This administration prefers a backroom deal to hearing the voice of the people from a state. This administration prefers backroom deals as opposed to considering nominees who have chosen to step forward and go through a nomination process with full transparency. To be sure, this vote is all the more shameful because Mr. Ritz is deeply unsuited to serve on the federal bench. That is not just something that I say. These are comments that have come to us from dozens of Tennesseans. In our country, every individual accused of a crime is entitled to due process of law. That is a bedrock principle of our justice system. Yet, as a federal prosecutor and U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, Mr. Ritz has repeatedly flouted basic professional ethics. Mr. Ritz, for example, has been accused of using highly unethical bait-and-switch tactics to trick indigent criminal defendants into accepting plea deals that they didn't agree to. And when defense attorneys pushed back on him, Mr. Ritz has been accused of making outright false statements to the court to cover up his misdeeds. Indeed, Mr. Ritz has chosen to surround himself with those who seemingly treat their ethical obligations with disdain. Mr. Ritz's deputy, for example, received a 1-year probation for prosecutorial misconduct. To be clear, Mr. Ritz's record of unethical conduct is not my only objection to his nomination. There are Tennesseans who, for these same reasons, have come to us to object to his nomination. Now, under his watch, as the chief federal law enforcement officer, the city of Memphis has tragically become one of the most dangerous places to live in the United States. In 2023, Memphis had the most homicides in its history and continues to lead the nation in homicide rates this year. Now, there is a reason for this, and I think it is a reason that this chamber needs to hear. And it is not a reason that is supposition. It is a reason that is grounded in statistics and fact. And it is a reason that citizens in Tennessee, in Shelby County, in the Western District have raised to us. Because they're concerned about crime. They're concerned about what is happening in their communities. They're concerned about juvenile crime and the rates that are there. Now, here is their reason. And this is instructive to the chamber as we consider this vote. As I said, Memphis has become one of the most dangerous places to live in the United States of America. In 2023, Memphis had the most homicides in its history and continues to lead the nation in homicide rates this year. And here comes your reason. Under Mr. Ritz's predecessor, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Memphis had a policy of charging 100% of prosecutable gun crimes. They charged them all. Yet, under his watch, Mr. Ritz has failed to uphold that prosecutorial standard, which helped keep Memphians safe and keep dangerous criminals locked up behind bars. And here is an example for you. Mr. Ritz's office failed to charge an individual with unlawful possession of a firearm. So this guy gets out and he goes on and he murders a Memphis police officer. So when we hear about violent crime and the people we represent and we love are saying do something about violent crime, they want these criminals locked up. But if you're not going to charge them with prosecutable gun crimes, they are not going to be locked up, and they're going to do like this criminal in Memphis, and they're going to go out and they're going to murder. And the unfortunate thing is in Memphis, they murdered a Memphis police officer. No one deserves a promotion, especially to one of the highest courts in the country, a lifetime appointment with a track record like Mr. Ritz. Just because the White House wants to ignore this fact doesn't mean that the Senate should ignore this fact. Listen to the voices of Tennesseans who have reached out to us and who have said to us, he does not deserve this seat. I would urge all of my colleagues to oppose this reckless, unqualified nominee. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we vitiate the quorum call, please.
Without objection.
And I'd also ask that we proceed with roll call vote.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 649, Kevin Gafford Ritz of Tennessee, to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kevin Gafford Ritz of Tennessee to be the United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio.
Whenever.
I did. Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Fisher, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, McConnell, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Schmidt, Thune, Tillis, and Young. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Booker, aye.
I started writing the text.
Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye.
Ayes are 42, and the motion is agreed to.
Madam President.
Senator from Oklahoma?
Senate currently in a quorum call.
We are not, Senator.
Thank you. Madam President, I ended up being a topic of conversation for the past month and a half or so in a lot of political conversations about immigration and the border. So I want to be able to come to this body and to say immigration issues are still unresolved. But there's been a lot of rewriting of what actually has happened in the past year and all the negotiations. Vice President Harris made a comment publicly just a few weeks ago where she said, "Let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades." I mean, no respect to the Vice President, but we had 4 months of negotiations. She neither initiated those negotiations nor participated in a single second of those negotiations. Not 1 second. The Vice President's staff was never involved in any of the negotiations. The negotiations took 4 months because the people that sat down at the table all determined we're in a very bad place. We need to resolve the chaos that's happening at our southern border. For the first 6 weeks of those negotiations, the White House refused to participate at all in the negotiation, either from the President's staff, the President, or the Vice President or Vice President's staff. So for the first 6 weeks of the 4 months of negotiations, the White House didn't want to discuss it. After 6 weeks, the White House then got involved in the negotiations. So it was 3 senators and the White House to be able to walk through that. And then again, for the next 3 months of our negotiations, it was a constant fight to get anything agreed to secure our southern border. What we came up with and was the final agreement wasn't everything that I wanted, but it was enough to at least begin to make a change at what was happening at our southern border. It's a pretty straightforward process. Asylum is very difficult to achieve. Only about 3% of the people that actually go through the hearings actually achieve asylum, but you don't find out that until usually 6 or 8 years after you've already been here and have already gone through this long process. So now we have thousands of people crossing our border asking for asylum, not because they believe they qualify, but because they know they'll stay here somewhere between 6 and 10 years while they wait for the hearing, and they at least get a decade in America, and then many of them then disappear. So what we could get to agreement was, when you cross the border, you would cross the border, first person each day. They would have a much faster screening that would take hours or days, and they'd be screened at the standard that was at the end. So instead of waiting 6 or 8 years or 10 years to get that final decision, you would get it rapidly. So the first person that would cross each day would be quickly screened under a brand new process, and then 97% of them would be deported immediately because they don't qualify for asylum, and everyone knows the joke. So first day, first person, you cross, quickly screened under a new process, deported immediately. But if we got 5,000 people crossing us, we don't have enough staff to screen that many people. So we created a border emergency authority that if you cross the border and you've got 5,000 people flooding the border and we don't have the staffing to do it, no one gets screened. You just get arrested and deported. So first person, cross, screened, deported. If we're overwhelmed by the cartels with high numbers, you just are deported immediately and no one is screened. That's what we could finally come up with in his agreement. Now I have to tell you, I felt like that would dramatically slow the flow at our southern border, and it would deal with the core issue that is the abuse of asylum. But there were a lot of issues I couldn't get agreement on, that quite frankly, many of my colleagues on the Republican side were very frustrated that we couldn't make progress on. Some of those very common sense things. For instance, if you're going to request asylum, you have to request asylum at a port of entry. You can't come across the border between the ports of entry in the open desert or swim the river and then say, when you get caught, oh, I want asylum. It was obvious you were trying to sneak into the country, and you're saying if you're a true asylum seeker and you believe you're requesting asylum, come to a port of entry. We thought that was a pretty common sense thing to say. We'll expedite your process to asylum if you come to a port, not if we have to chase you in the desert. I couldn't get that agreement. My Democratic colleagues would not agree to that. That was a great frustration on the Republican side. We wanted to be able to require the Remain in Mexico program. The Supreme Court had already spoken in and said that had to be done. It was not being done. So that if we've got flooded with people, they're not waiting for 8 or 10 years here. They're actually waiting in another country to be able to come through the process. They'd still get their appointment. My Democratic colleagues would have none of that. We also wanted an end to the 2 big parole programs that the Biden administration has created. One of them is called CBP-1. That is, if you come to a port of entry and tell DHS ahead of time, I'm coming, then DHS, when you arrive at the port of entry, will quickly give you paperwork, will give you a work permit that day, and will release you into the country for a decade as you await your hearing. It was a fast-track process into the country that was actually inviting more people to illegally cross into the country. We now have 1,500 people a day that are coming through that process. We have no idea if they qualify for asylum because they're not being screened for asylum. We wanted an end to that process because we felt like it's actually inviting more illegal immigration rather than trying to deter it. And it's not just us that's saying that. The Inspector General for the Department of Homeland Security made this statement. They felt that CBP did not gather intelligence or conduct sufficient analysis of data generated by CBP-1 appointments to protect against fraudulent applications and misuse and public safety threats. That's not us saying that. That's the Inspector General saying that. We wanted an end to that program. Through the negotiations that were long and hard, I got agreement that that program would end, that we would put a stop to that program. But there was a second program called the CHNV program. This is 30,000 people a month that are coming in. These are folks from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. 30,000 a month. This was another program that was wholly created out of the Biden administration that's never existed in any other administration. It was a parole authority to say, if you'll contact us before you come from one of these countries, and someone here in the United States will, quote unquote, sponsor you, or at least say, I know them, then you can get into the country and be paroled into the country. This is not even an asylum request. This is just, you're just released into the country. We wanted to have a stop to that program as well, because there's all kinds of issues with that program. But at that one, my Democratic colleagues would not agree to and said, no, we'll stop the CBP-1 parole program in. We won't stop the slowdown of Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, Venezuelans coming in very high numbers. By the way, the deal was supposedly that we would take in 30,000 of those folks and Mexico would take in 30,000 of those folks. The problem is we've asked for the numbers that Mexico has taken in, and so far State Department won't give us an answer, DHS won't give us an answer. As far as we can tell, the Mexican side has been 0, while we have been 30,000. Now, we felt there was a problem in the way the program was being run, and by the way, again, we're not the only ones that think that. DHS itself shut down that program for part of this summer because they found what they called egregious fraud problems. That is, some sponsors sponsoring dozens of people to be able to come in, and an overflow of individuals not being properly screened. There are major problems with the program. Unfortunately, the program has restarted again. Now, why do I walk through this? I keep hearing this rewrite of history, that it was President Trump himself that told all Republicans it's a great deal, but don't do it. Now, there's no doubt President Trump made a statement that it's not enough. He wanted everything in it, and he said, don't do it. No question that statement was made, but no question that belief was already shared by several folks on my side of the aisle, saying we wanted an end to all these parole programs. We also want to stop applying between ports of entry, and if you're going to apply only at ports of entry, and several of my colleagues said the House bill, that was H.R. 2, it was that or nothing. They wanted everything or nothing. And suddenly this whole system falls apart. I stood here at this exact same spot, saying to my colleagues on my side of the aisle, we should do as much as we can do. This is as much as we can get right now with a Democrat Senate, with a Democrat White House. Let's do all we can to be able to stop it. Obviously, I didn't win that part of the debate, but I also don't want people rewriting history and what actually occurred in the debate, because there were serious issues that were unresolved in the bill that are still out there. My frustration is all of it is still out there. We still have the same issue with asylum that this bill would have fixed. We still have the same issue between ports of entry that's still unfixed, and we still have not one of those parole programs, both of those parole programs happening. Interestingly enough, in the last couple of months, the numbers at the border have started slowing down. It's been very interesting. I don't know if you noticed, even during the presidential debate that happened earlier this week, ABC News asked Vice President Harris, the numbers in border crossings for illegal immigration was very high during your first 3 years, but they seem to have slowed down the closer we're getting to the election. Why? She actually didn't answer that question at all. She totally skipped it, and ABC News didn't follow up with her, shockingly, to be able to do a follow-up question to say, you didn't answer the initial question, you said everything else but why. Well, I can give you a couple things on that. Two things have occurred in this past few months. Mexico's had their elections, and we're having ours. And so suddenly Mexico is starting to enforce their border a little better, and this administration is enforcing the border a little better with the authorities they already have. Now, when I say a little better, it's gone from 5,000 people illegally crossing the day to about 3,400 people illegally crossing a day. That number is still 5 times what was crossing during the Obama administration. My request has been the same for President Biden all along. If you won't enforce the border the same way President Trump enforced it, at least enforce it the same way President Obama enforced it. Under President Obama, we had 500,000 people illegally crossing a year. Now we have 2.5 million people illegally crossing in a year. Same law, same exact law, enforced completely different. Why is this an issue? It's not just an issue in our economy. It's not just an issue in our schools. It's not just an issue in crime in our communities. It's also a national security issue. In June, the FBI picked up 8 ISIS-affiliated individuals that were in our country that had come across our southern border and had asked for asylum. They were from Tajikistan, and they had gotten the quick review at the border and had been released like hundreds of thousands others had that same month. But these 8 were different. They're ISIS-affiliated, and they scattered around the country to Philadelphia, New York, and Los Angeles and began their plotting. Thankfully, our FBI picked them up. But of the 2.5 million people that have crossed just last year, how many did we miss? I've been very outspoken on this issue. We moved from the border issue being just an issue about how do we manage our own border and legal immigration to a national security issue. 3,400 people a day illegally crossing our border is still an epic high number. And while the media has looked away because now it's no longer 5,000 a day, 3,400 a day is still way too high. Our system is still overwhelmed, and we still have tens of thousands of people coming in of what this administration calls special interest aliens. That is folks that by their own definition are considered a national security threat. But there's so many, we don't have the opportunity to be able to follow all of them. That was those 8 that were picked up that were ISIS affiliated. They had been designated as special interest aliens. Thankfully, we were later able to find them and pick them up. But there are thousands of them currently in the country. Hopefully, they mean us no harm. But currently, We have no idea. That's something that needs to change. National security should not be a partisan issue. I understand it's an election year. This should not be a partisan issue. This should be a how do we fix this issue? This should be how do we resolve this issue? And if the numbers are going down, after I was told that the numbers were sky high because of climate change, that was really what I was told by DHS. In fact, the White House in 2021 put out a report on climate change and migration, saying that we have dramatically increased numbers because of climate change, not because of lack of border enforcement. My response to them now is, well, if the numbers are going down at the border, apparently the climate is getting better worldwide because the numbers are coming down. It's not an issue of climate migration. It's an issue of enforcement at our southern border. If that occurs, the numbers go down. If it doesn't, the numbers skyrocket because we're the United States of America, and people want to be able to be in the greatest country in the world, and I don't blame them. We as Americans, though, also have the right to be able to know we live in security, and the people that are coming into our country, we know who they are, we know where they're from, and we've verified any kind of criminal background that may or may not be there. That's not an unfair request to be able to make. One last thing. Currently, the House has passed what they call the SAVE Act, and there's an ongoing debate in the House right now on how this will fit. The SAVE Act is a pretty simple thing. The SAVE Act just says if you're not legally present in the United States, you can't vote. Now, it's already federal law that no one who's a non-citizen can vote in federal elections. That's already the law. That's the trust part, though. There is no verify portion of this. We have the basic principle of trust and verify. Right now, we're all trust. It's against the law, but there is no verification. The SAVE Act just says we're not going to just trust that people that are not legally present here don't vote. We're going to verify that. You can't register to vote until you can show that you're actually a citizen of the United States. That shouldn't be a radical concept. That should be straightforward. I've been one of the folks that have asked the current Attorney General, can you show us any prosecutions or even any attempts to be able to prosecute individuals that were not legally present in the United States that attempted to vote? Because we know some stories, there's some newspaper stories scattered around the country of a few of those stories. We just asked the simple question, can you tell us any prosecutions? In Oklahoma, we have about 40 people every election across our state. About 40 people vote twice. They'll do absentee voting, and then they'll show up and they'll vote again. You know what they get? They get a knock on the door from law enforcement a couple of months later saying, you violated state law. You voted twice. We actually enforce our law. That discourages people in the future from then coming and trying that again because they know they're being enforced. So we thought it's a reasonable question to ask the Attorney General, how are you enforcing federal law in this area? It's not that they were asking for something new, it's how are we enforcing what's existing. So far, the Attorney General, after months of asking the question, has given us no answer. I look forward to the day that this body can sit down with each other and to say, let's solve the national security issues. Because we all know they're there. We all see it. We all go through the same briefings. Let's solve those. And let's have an immigration system where we honor legal immigration and deter illegal immigration. That's what most countries do. But for some reason, our politics has gotten in the way of us solving this. So let's find a way to be able to solve this in the days ahead. I have no delusion it's going to get solved in the next 2 weeks. But we do need to sit down and resolve this in the days ahead. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-2120 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-2120, a bill to direct the Attorney General to include a data field in the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System to indicate whether the last known location of a missing person was confirmed or suspected to have been on federal land and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 813, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 813, honoring the life of Stephen D. Sims, former United States Senator for the state of Idaho.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate of the United States will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 814, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 814, designating September 2024 as National Literacy Month.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 820, an act to direct the Federal Communications Commission to publish a list of entities that hold authorizations, licenses, or other grants of authority issued by the Commission and that have certain foreign ownership and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day. That's all she wrote? Okay.
I'm just going to. Mr. President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate complete its business today, that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned under the provisions of Senate Resolution 813 until 3 p.m. on Monday, September 16th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceeds to the executive session to resume consideration of the Ritz nomination post-closure. Further, that all time being considered and expired at 5:30 p.m. on Monday, and that if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's sessions, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned for under the previous order, following the remarks of Senator McConnell.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
When I announced back in February that I'd be wrapping up my time as Republican leader, I assured our colleagues that I wouldn't be bowing out of worthwhile fights anytime soon. And of course, I meant that. But it's never too early to tell the folks you work with that you appreciate them. There's no such thing as saying thank you too often. So this is as good a time as any to brag a bit about the team I've been so fortunate to have in my Capitol office. Today, I'd like to focus on a number of my talented communications staff, beginning with the longest-serving member of our team, Senior Research Advisor David Halpman. David himself has joked once or twice that he came with the furniture in the leader's office. But I'd rather not give up the credit for making such a great personnel decision myself. In a line of work where turnover and burnout aren't uncommon, David's longevity is truly remarkable. But like me, he relishes a worthy fight. We've seen plenty of them over the years. And there always seems to be another one just around the corner. By my count, David has been on hand for the last 6 Supreme Court nomination fights. Time and again, with tenacious focus, he's sifted through archives, combed media coverage, and lent deep institutional knowledge that equips my entire team for success. More than once, his research quite literally changed the course of confirmations. But as much as I'd like to believe this principled public servant has stuck around all the time out of personal loyalty, it's clear to anyone who knows David that what animates his work the most is a deep devotion to the Senate as an institution. Every last-minute project, every weekend session spent away from his lovely wife, Allison, all in defense every second. So, David, thank you so much. And that's just half of the office's all-star research team. In any organization that's been around for a while, bringing in fresh ideas is essential. And Matt Burton has brought an invaluable new perspective as research director over the past year. As is so often the case with recovering House staffers, I'd like to think Matt wasted no time at all becoming a Senate guy through and through. And behind his mild manner are killer political instincts and an unbeatable attention to the smallest details. These are, of course, essential qualities in a team I literally lean on for everything, from equipping the conference with background research on the issues of the day, to vetting the records of pending nominations, to catching factual errors in drafts of my remarks. Simply put, nothing gets past Matt Burton. So this speech is a rare occasion when Matt hasn't seen and scoured an advance copy. We're in uncharted territory, and I hope he'll forgive me for breaking protocol just this once. Matt, it's been great having you on the team. Thank you for having my back. Of course, the excellent work of our researchers and the whole team gets a major leg up thanks to the talents of my digital director, Ryan Flynn. For as long as digital media have played a major role in politics, making sure we could compete in a fast-changing online landscape. Each one has brought a unique perspective and incredible talent. Ryan has met this high bar and pushed it even higher. He's excelled at the job that requires him to wear multiple hats. In a single day, he's in the trenches of online messaging campaigns and racing around the Capitol in real life to capture and preserve important moments for posterity. Aside from a small handful of senior-most advisors, Ryan is often the only one in the room with me in the highest profile meetings with foreign heads of state and other notables. And he just takes it all in stride. I'm grateful that Ryan's wife, Clara, allows us to occupy so much of his time. I know the team is particularly grateful for Ryan's ability to lighten even through encouragement, sometimes with a practical joke. Ryan, thank you for all the hard work, or as you say yourself, thanks for playing. Now, Ryan's not the only one with a tough job of making me look good. That task also rests in the capable hands of my broadcast media at what she does. Whether it's a quick radio call-in from the road or a big primetime interview in studio, Kaylee makes sure I'm armed and ready, including the occasional visual touch-ups she likes to refer to as glam. As our colleagues know, I'm not always a frequent flyer on cable news network, but with Kaylee's help, I keep a close eye on who is. And in that regard, I'm hardly the only beneficiary of her media savvy. For years now, colleagues across the Republican conference have come to rely on Kaylee as a clearinghouse for media advisability, helping senators get on the air with important messages, and helping producers get the senators they're looking for. For the sake of their sanity, most folks in this town try to avoid spending too much time glued to the news. To my good fortune, Kaylee doesn't her evenings or Sunday mornings like, perhaps, train for the next marathon. But I'm grateful she's been so willing to keep a watchful eye out instead. Kaylee, thank you so much. Now, this entire operation I've just described is rowing in the same direction, thanks to the staff director of the Senate Republican Communications Center, Scott Sloofman. Scott is actually a two-timer on my staff, the first through a vigorous re-election fight in 2014. It was clear from the beginning that he had a knack for politics like few people I've ever met. As it turns out, Sloof felt so at home in the trenches of campaign life that we had to let him go out and win a few in the Senate. When he came back, we wanted to make him feel at home. So we lined up a couple of displayed unflappable political instincts, and as the coordinator of the multi-pronged communications team, he's never been afraid to bet big on the right message. Time and again, his willingness to question assumptions, challenge conventional wisdom, and play devil's advocate has made his colleagues and me sharper and better prepared to take on tough challenges. So, Sloof, I'm glad to have you in my corner. Thank you so much. Now, the fine work of the Communications Center only makes it here to excuse me, Now, the fine work of the Communications Center only makes it here to the floor because we have talented wordsmiths like my deputy speechwriter, Catherine Francois, on the job. From her seat in the same noisy bullpen where the rest of the team wrestles with the news cycle, Catherine is engaged in a relentless process of air traffic control, digesting the latest news and research, helping me organize my thoughts on a given topic, running interference with fact checks and formatting, and getting the best possible draft on paper by the time the Senate opens every day, before doing it all over again the next day. It's a workflow that could make anyone's head spin, but Catherine's grace amid the chaos is all the more impressive when you consider that my team managed to poach her from the comparatively still. Center may be quite a culture shock, but the habits of a true policy wonk die hard. Catherine has lent us an invaluable knack for hunting down fresh sources, interesting data, and under-discussed angles on the issues of the day, and then helping me package them in a compelling way for delivery from this podium. And I'm so grateful for her contributions. Catherine, thank you very much. Now, on my chief speechwriter, Dylan Vorbeck, I admit that when Dylan's longtime predecessor, Andy Quinn, told me he was leaving, I worried what I would do without him. After all, the rapport you build with a speechwriter is built on a lot of trust. I shouldn't have worried. Dylan stepped right into the senior role and quickly became an invaluable partner in my preparations for all sorts of speaking engagements, especially on the topic of American leadership, which is what I focused on so heavily. Dylan is a consummate professional, loyal, reliable, and steady. He's a high-capacity, low-drama individual, an ideal combination for a job where everything can change on you in an instant. When we engage in daily partisan warfare, Dylan's pen is as sharp as they come. But Dylan carries a unique piece of his own portfolio as well. This institution is special, and the Senate leaders have a responsibility to the institution on certain occasions to speak not only for ourselves, but also for our colleagues. A funeral for a beloved colleague, a tribute to a retiring doorkeeper, a heroic Congressional Gold Medal recipient, or the Senate spouses who really keep all of us grounded. In each and every moment, Dylan strikes the perfect grace note. He makes us look better than we are, and that serves us all very, very well. I'm not quite sure how a young man raised in New England has managed to become an honorary son of the South. But ever since Dylan came to us from our former colleague Luther Strange, he's hung on to an extra talent for channeling the best parts of our country. But Dylan's talents extend far beyond putting words on a page. Somehow, his idea of a baking project or an typing fingers. So Dylan, thank you so much. Now, some of my staff can do their work from relative peace and quiet of the office, but the last two folks I'd like to thank today are dug in on the front lines. First, my Deputy Press Secretary, Jerry Kellner. As some of our colleagues, the state of Minnesota, it must be something in one of those lakes. Jerry's pride in his roots, along with a wicked sense of humor, helped him hit the ground running in the busy bullpen where much of his team spends their days. He wasted no time becoming an essential member of the research team, particularly when it came to carefully vetting nominations. But it didn't take long to recognize Jerry's aptitude for dealing with the press more directly. And I'm proud of the way Jerry's grown as a trusted advisor, I turn to as I prepare for interviews, including our weekly stakeout. Appropriately, he still keeps an old hockey helmet at his desk for days when the incoming barrage from the press corps is especially thick. Jerry is fortunate that his wife Grace tolerates this rough and tumble day job, and as I understand it, she was willing to road trip back from their wedding so he could be in the office for a busy Monday. On top of it all, Jerry is responsible for taking a last careful look at just about every public statement and press release I make, and then making sure people actually see them, and eagle-eye double-checking our work. So, Jerry, thank you. And finally, to folks around the Senate, or Twitter, as I understand, this last one needs no introduction. I trusted Press Secretary Doug Andrews. Doug is, without a doubt, the most skilled navigator of Capitol Hill press corps a senator could hope for. I hired him specifically for his reputation as an unmatched flack. And I had a feeling he could do the same here in the Senate. Boy, was I right. It may have something to do with his disarming deadpan wit. It certainly helps that Doug's got an uncanny nose for news. He's consistently able to predict stories that are still miles off and around the bend. Frankly, I shudder to think how many headaches he could create for the rest of us if he wanted to switch sides. For now, there's only one thing I ever worry could distract Doug from his duties as my early warning system with the press. And that's his headed Doug running for president earlier this year, and another one is the second gentleman. But there's no doubt that the heart and soul of the Doug caucus is right here in the Senate. And I know my entire team sleeps safer with Doug on the job. So Doug, thank you for everything. Well, Mr. President, I'll need another few speeches to adequately thank the whole team around me in the leader's office for all of their outstanding work that is not nearly finished. It's a great problem to have, and I'll have much more to say soon.
Let's shut this place down. Let me just make sure I've got this. All right. You just got to cover your ears for that. Here we go. Under the previous order and pursuant to S. Res. 813, the Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, September 16th, 2024, and does so Stephen D. Sims, former senator from Idaho. The Senate is adjourned.